NATO PA. The first one took place in Washington, the second version took place in Brussels, and now this is the third version, and we hope that it's going to be a tradition, and we will regularly hold this meeting once we have the third one. So this is going to be a venue where different opinions are exchanged, and it will hopefully serve as an important parliamentary summit where opinions and ideas are exchanged. As you know, next week, on the 7th and 8th of July in Ankara, the NATO Leaders Summit will be held with participation of heads of state and governments. And this meeting is extremely important. In that, the ideas and opinions regarding the future will be discussed, and also we can say that this period of time is one of the most fragile moments of world history. Balance of power is shifting, and technology is developing fast. Today, it is not a unipolar system, and multipolarism is becoming more and more dominant. In this period of time, we see conflicts, civil wars and wars, and they are threatening all over the world, including our region. So there will be new challenges, and I am of the opinion that we cannot solve the problems of future with the solution of past, and we believe that it is not enough to rely on safety and defense only. Yes, today NATO is the largest defense and security umbrella in the world, but military capacity does not suffice. Weapons do not suffice in terms of solving the problems. So in the period to come, on one hand, NATO should increase defense capacity. The member countries will increase their solidarity and cooperation, but on the other side, we need to contemplate on how we can solve the conflicts all around the world, and we should also focus on how we can eliminate the existing and future problems with a peace perspective. So it seems that NATO needs to be an international organization which is not only focusing on defense and security, but also on peace building. Distinguished guests, we clearly see that diplomacy has become vital, and bilateral and multilateral negotiations play a crucial role, and this is how Turkey is organizing her international policy. Of course, we will react harshly to the oppressors and to the attackers, but also we should take our position in favor of peace and diplomacy vis-à-vis even the most challenging issues. Unfortunately, the war between Russia and Ukraine is almost 5 years old, and Turkey's approach to the war in Ukraine is very obvious. Turkey unconditionally supported and will continue to support territorial integrity of Ukraine. And since the very beginning of the crisis, Turkey is almost the only country in the world who can speak to both countries, and Turkey has exerted and has been exerting great efforts in order to bring both sides to the table. In Turkish Presidential Working Office in Dolmabahce, which is only 200 meters away from this very building, Russia and Ukraine actually came together, and they were about to sign the draft copies of an agreement. But unfortunately, back then, some countries did not want a peace, therefore a peace could not be achieved. But now we hope that we will find a solution to this world with full respect to territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. So, of course, we cannot say that we all failed. In some parts, we have become successful. We could keep the grain corridor in the Black Sea open, thanks to which, especially in African continent, we could prevent famine and drought and hunger, and we could save the world from a big catastrophe. And again, similarly, as a result of the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, we could achieve exchange of war prisoners in multiple times. And we believe and hope that the same atmosphere will dominate today's problems in other places as well. A good example of this: recently, the war between Iran and the USA, which is affecting everyone in the world, and positive steps have already been taken towards a peace. So the negotiations started in Switzerland, and we hope that it will bring a lasting and fair peace in the end, not only a ceasefire, but also a peace in the end. This is of vital importance for our region and beyond, especially for global peace. We hope that all these peace efforts, all these positive steps will not be interrupted by some negative interventions. So NATO member countries and the international community should be supporting this peace initiative, and we hope that everyone will exert efforts to prevent any provocation to undermine the peace. Another important point is what is happening in Palestine, in the Middle East. Israel
hatta bütün uluslararası hukuk normlarına göre artık soykırım boyutlarına ulaşmış olan saldırganlıklarına son verilmek mecburiyetinde.
Is attacking and violating the international law, and this should come to an end. This is not only about the humanitarian.
Şehirlerin yakılmış olması, Gazze'nin haritadan silinmiş olması değil, mesele aynı zamanda insanlığın gelecek umutlarına bomba atılması, insanlığın gelecek umutlarının ortadan kaldırılmasıdır. Ümit ve temenni ediyoruz ki, Filistin meselesinin çözümünde de nihai olarak bir sonuca ulaşılsın. Başkenti Doğu Kudüs olan bağımsız, gerçekten bağımsız ve egemen bir Filistin devletinin kuruluşu mümkün olsun. İki devletli çözümden başka bir yolun bulunmadığı bütün dünya tarafından anlaşılsın ve uygulansın. İsrail hükümetinin bu saldırganlıklarının sona ermesi sadece Filistinlilerin huzura kavuşması değil, dünya barışının garanti altına alınması demektir. Çünkü insanlık tarihinin en eski bölgelerinden birisi olan Orta Doğu tarihi bize öğretiyor ki Orta Doğu'da barış olmadan dünyada barış olmaz. Filistinliler özgür olmadan da Orta Doğu'da barış asla sağlanamaz. Bu barışın sağlanması için de NATO üyesi ülkeler olarak gerekli desteğin verilmesini arzu ediyoruz. Değerli dostlar, aynı zamanda ulusal savunma kapasitelerimizin artırılmasının ve NATO üyesi ülkeler arasında savunma alanındaki işbirliğinin güçlendirilmesinin de üye ülkelerimizin ve ittifakımızın geleceği için çok önemli olduğunun altını çizmek isterim. Türkiye, savunma sanayinde son yıllarda özellikle çok büyük bir merhale kat etmiş, büyük yenilikler içerisinde olmuş, yüksek teknolojileri kullanabilme becerisinde ön plana çıkmış ve savunma alanında çok önemli savunma sanayi ürünlerini üretmiş bir ülke olarak bu kapasitesini üye ülkelerle paylaşmak ve bu çerçevede Türkiye'nin özellikle Lahey'de anlaşmasına varılan %5 savunma harcamaları konusundaki kararlılığının da bütün üye ülkeler tarafından benimsenmesini burada bir kez daha ifade ediyoruz. İnşallah savunma sanayindeki bu gelişmeler, Türkiye'nin gelişmeleri, üye ülkelerle de işbirliği içerisinde daha güçlü noktalara gelecektir. Ancak şunu bir kere daha açıklıkla ifade etmek isteriz ki, bu ittifak üyeliği çerçevesinde bazı üyelerin özellikle savunma sanayi ürünleri konusundaki uygulamaya devam ettikleri ambargoların son derece tek taraflı, anlamsız ve ittifakın ruhuna uygun olmadığı aşikardır. Biz Türkiye olarak bütün üye ülkelerle savunma sanayinde işbirliğine hazırken aynı davranışın bütün ülkeler tarafından da Türkiye'ye karşı bu davranışların, bu yaklaşımın sergilenmesini ümit ederiz. Bu çerçevede özellikle son zamanlarda Orta Doğu'da artan tehditlere karşı bazı üye ülkelerimizin, başta İspanya olmak üzere, Türkiye'nin hava savunma sistemine verdikleri destek dolayısıyla da teşekkürlerimi ifade etmek istiyorum. NATO tarihi bir dönemeçtedir. Dünya tarihi bir dönemeçtedir. Artık birlikte çalışmak, birlikte hem risklerimizi elimine etmek hem de üye ülkelerimizin güvenliğini sağlamanın yanında dünya barışına da katkıda bulunmak gibi bir sorumluluğumuzun olduğunun altını çizmek isterim. Özellikle parlamentolar sadece güvenlik doktrinleri ve savunma ile ilgili alanlarda kararların alındığı platformlar değildir. Hepinizin bileceği ve kabul edeceği gibi parlamentolar aynı zamanda halklarının endişelerini ortadan kaldıran en önemli siyasi kurumlardır. Bu çerçevede yaşadığımız çağın güvenlik risklerine karşı itiraf edelim ki hemen hepimizin ülkelerinde, halkların nezdinde ciddi bir güvenlik endişesi, geleceğe ait ciddi bir karamsarlık ve hatta zaman zaman son derece ciddi bir şekilde eleştiriler ortaya çıkmaktadır. Bunun için parlamentoların öncelikli vazifelerinden birisi de halklarının güvenliği sağlamak olduğu kadar halklarının endişelerini de gidermek olmalıdır. Bu yönde de hareket etmek durumundayız. Son olarak şunu söylemek isterim. Yeni bir dönemdeyiz. Dünya tabir caizse yeniden yıkılıyor ve yeniden yapılıyor. Bu dönemde eski ezberlerin hiçbirisinin geçerli olmadığı bir döneme giriyoruz. Burada yeni fikirlerin, yapıcı fikirlerin, yol gösterici fikirlerin her zamankinden daha önemli olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Hele hele dünyada bütün küresel sistemin uluslararası kurumlarıyla çöküşe geçtiği, uluslararası kuralların hakile yeksan olduğu, hatta uluslararası ilişkilerin terminolojilerinin bile yok olduğu bir dönemde önümüzde yepyeni bir ödev olarak yeni, adil, hakkaniyetli bir dünya sisteminin kurulması durmaktadır. Bu vazife hiçbirimizin kaçınamayacağı ortak bir vazife, ortak bir sorumluluktur. Onun için sözlerimi tamamlarken tek tek her birimize şu çağrıyı tekrarlıyorum. Gelin hep beraber kendi meselelerimizi, NATO çerçevesindeki meselelerimizi konuşmakla birlikte adil, hakkaniyetli bir dünya sisteminin kurulması için ulusların egemenlikte eşitliği, halkların da yaratılışta eşitliği prensibine oturan yeni bir dünyanın kurulması için hep beraber çalışalım, çalışmalarımızı ortaklaştıralım ve yeni bir dünyanın kuruluşunun kapılarını sonuna kadar açalım. Bu vesileyle bir kez daha burada Dolmabahçe Sarayı'nda, bu güzel salonda bu toplantının hayırlı olmasını temenni ediyorum. Yapıcı, yol gösterici fikirlere ev sahipliği etmesini temenni ediyorum. NATO parlamentolarının 3. toplantısının gelecekte de kalıcı olması temennisiyle hepinize selam ve sevgilerimi sunuyorum. Dear participants, now we shall proceed with our meeting. I am now very pleased to invite Mr. Marcos Presterello, President of the Nato Parliamentary Assembly, to deliver his opening remarks. Please,
thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excellencies, good morning. I would like to start by thanking Speaker Kurtulmuş and our host
Başkan Numan Kurtulmuş
of the Turkish delegation, Mr. Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, is head of delegation. Thank you very much for their warm welcome and excellent organization of the
ve
Nato Parliamentary
kusursuz organizasyon için sizlere teşekkür ediyorum. Burada Türkiye'de, özellikle de İstanbul'da olmak bizim için çok büyük bir mutluluk. İstanbul, kıtaların ve kültürlerin buluşmasını simgeleyen bir şehir. Siyasi kararlılığı somut sonuçlara dönüştürme konusunda da umuyoruz ki somut sonuçlar verecektir. Türkiye, ittifakın vazgeçilmez ve kararlı bir üyesidir. NATO'nun güney kanadını
It also leads by example. Through sustained defense spending, a strong and innovative defense industry, and significant contributions in NATO's deterrence and defense, as well as crisis management missions and operations. We are also grateful for Turkey's strong and long-standing engagement in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We meet at a decisive moment for our alliance. NATO is undergoing a once-in-a-generation overhaul on its deterrence and defense posture, grounded in an historic rebalancing of the alliance. We are building a stronger and more responsible Europe as the foundation of a more resilient and credible transatlantic alliance. And there is no time to waste, because we live in a world that is both more unstable and more contested than at any point since the end of the Cold War. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues, and the scale and intensity of its recent air campaigns show clearly that the conflict is still escalating. Russia is also intensifying its campaign of hostile activities against NATO allies, using cyber attacks, sabotage, economic coercion, and other instruments of pressure that challenge our societies every day. At the same time, terrorism remains the most direct asymmetric threat to allies, and the growing alignment among Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea challenges our security and intensifies strategic competition from the North Atlantic to the Black Sea and from the Arctic to the Strait of Hormuz. Being here today underscores a simple reality. Our security depends on the choice we make together and responsibilities we are willing to shoulder. That is why this parliamentary summit matters. As parliamentarians, we have a clear responsibility to meet this moment. At the Hague Summit last year, NATO leaders agreed to historic commitments. In Ankara, next week, they must demonstrate a clear and
tarihi
credible
taahhütler
route
üzerinde
to
anlaştık. Şimdi
implementation.
önümüzdeki hafta Ankara'daysa
It falls to
bu
us
taahhütlerin uygulanmasına
as
yönelik
parliamentarians
net ve inandırıcı
to help
bir yol
translate
haritası
those
ortaya
commitments
koymak
into the
durumundayız.
capabilities our nations require.
Bizler de
Words alone
vatandaşlarımız
do not deter aggression. Money does not allocate itself. Capability does not appear on command. It takes political courage, legislative action, and public trust. This is where we as political leaders can make the difference. And this is where the NATO Parliamentary Assembly can serve as a catalyst for action. Next week's summit outcomes will rely heavily on parliamentary action. We must ensure that our national parliaments support meeting the 5% defence investment plan with urgency and make all possible efforts to accelerate, deliver timelines well before 2035. At the same time, building a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO will require not only higher spending, but also smarter, faster, and more coordinated investments. It will demand procurement reform, predictable multi-year funding, stronger industrial capability, greater innovation, and the removal of barriers to defense industrial cooperation. We should lead those efforts in our national parliaments. And we must champion these changes by engaging our citizens and being honest and transparent about the need for greater investment in defense, ensuring clear accountability to those we serve. Our responsibilities: sustaining support for Ukraine. A strong, sovereign and independent Ukraine is vital to the stability of the Euro-Atlantic area, and our support must be faster, more predictable and aligned with Ukraine's needs. And they extend to strengthen resilience across our societies, protecting critical infrastructure, reducing strategic dependencies, and building a culture of defense and preparedness in our societies. Let this Parliament Summit speak with clarity. NATO stands united. NATO is adapting to the challenges before us. NATO will defend every inch of Allied territory. NATO remains the essential force multiplier of our nations. And this assembly will help ensure that commitments became capability, that solidarity becomes strength, and that resolve becomes action. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your valuable views. Dear friends, as I mentioned in my speech, there will be a very important meeting of NATO in Ankara, 7th and 8th of July. Next week, it is NATO summit. As today, we are pleased to welcome Mrs. Radmila Shekarinska, Deputy Secretary General of NATO, who will share her views on how our Atlantic is preparing for the next summit. Madam Deputy Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for hosting us here in Istanbul. I do believe that I will have the privilege of being in your beautiful country twice in the course of several days. Today here in Istanbul, meeting speakers and parliamentarians, but next week also, as you have mentioned, for the Ankara summit of the NATO alliance. So in a way, next week, the world's eyes will be on Ankara and on all of us delivering on what is expected. The summit will be about delivering on our commitments, delivering on our promises, and showing that NATO's defenses are strong and that NATO is ready to defend every inch of Allied territory. This is not theory. This is not future. This is actually something that we have to deliver on now. Just a couple of months ago, NATO intercepted ballistic missiles heading towards Turkey. We have been witnessing drone incidents across our eastern flank for a number of months. Just recently, we have seen how French jets deployed through NATO Baltic air policing have managed to intercept and destroy a drone that entered Latvia's airspace. All these things are demonstrations that NATO's defenses work. They're also a demonstration of Allied solidarity in action. But to face all these challenges, today and in the future, we must ensure that our defenses remain strong. And these are things that do not happen overnight. They require commitments, they require money, which means investments in defense, and they require firepower, which means production of these capabilities. It is clear that with the mounting pressures and conflicts around the world, we need more of this, much more than we currently possess. I know that from my experience as parliamentarian, that when we fight about policies, it's difficult enough. But when we fight about policies, we argue. When we start fighting about money, then we really fight, and it can be painful. But on the other side, it would be more painful to wake up one day and realize that the alliance's ability to protect our 1 billion people across the Euro-Atlantic has gaps and vulnerabilities. And this is the painful demonstration that we simply cannot afford. So we need to be very realistic about the threats, about the risks, but also about our joint responsibility. Last year in The Hague, we took bold and historic decisions. In Ankara, we actually have a tougher thing to do, to show that we are delivering on these commitments. We expect all allies to come to Ankara with credible plans to achieve the 5% defense investment plan by 2035. And I count on all of you to reinforce this message in the capitals, knowing that in certain capitals, actually, the plans are more ambitious than 2035, and we welcome this very much. We are seeing a very visible and tangible change. European allies are taking greater responsibility for their conventional defense, backed by American firepower. What we have seen at the Defense Ministerial that took place a few days ago was that European allies in Canada have come up with $139 billion more defense investment than previously. They're also spearheading the support to Ukraine. So it is clear that we are moving towards a stronger Europe in a stronger and fairer NATO. And as a European, I have to say that it makes me really proud. More money is clearly important and necessary, but more capabilities are absolutely essential. So this is why, as you have mentioned, in Ankara, we expect allies to demonstrate that we are accelerating industrial production also through transatlantic cooperation. We cannot have credible deterrence and defense without a robust industrial base. Jets, ammunition, long strike capabilities, air defenses, drones, all these, together with counter-drones technology, electronic warfare, all these things will be center and front at the Ankara summit. We need more of them, we need them faster, and the only way to produce at scale and with speed is to do it together. So we need to leverage our excellence and create a new transatlantic defense base without barriers to meet the current challenges. And in defense production, actually, what we are arguing in favor of, and what we will hear in Ankara as well, is also our strategic partnership with the European Union, but also our partnerships in defense industry with Ukraine and with the Indo-Pacific. So at the summit, this is the reason why we will hold the NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum. And this is where we expect allies to come forward with concrete ideas, with proposals, with signed contracts, and launching really significant new initiatives. Outstanding companies across the alliance exist. I will mention one here in our host country, Turkey, Aselsan. Companies like this are already increasing production and cooperation amongst allies. The Secretary General had the privilege to visit Aselsan recently, and what he spoke afterwards was that he is really impressed with the bright minds, with the innovation, but also with the speed with which they produce. So we need more examples like this. Ukraine remains firmly on our radar also as we head towards Ankara. Earlier this month, it was the Secretary General, but also the whole of North Atlantic Council, all of your representatives, all of your permanent representatives there have traveled to Kyiv, and they saw with their own eyes the destruction and the suffering that Russia is inflicting. So in Ankara, we will reaffirm our commitment and continued support to Ukraine. NATO's Pearl program, the program that focuses on Ukraine's key priorities, continues to deliver essential US weapons paid by America's allies and partners. And these weapons are crucial for keeping Ukraine's cities safe, but also to hold the front lines. We need more of this. We have had a number of interactions with our Ukrainian colleagues, especially at the UDCG just last week, and we have heard a lot, not only from Ukrainian officials, but also from our officers, from our intelligence agencies, that there is a window of opportunity, and that Ukraine, due to its courage, due to its ingenuity, have managed really to turn the tide in this war. Windows of opportunity do not stay open forever. So this is a moment that we have to seize to provide Ukraine with the necessary support in order to push Russia to the negotiating table. So peace through strength is also a motto that we have followed in the discourse. We know that these days our stockpiles are not as full as they used to be, but because of this window of opportunity, because of the dire needs of Ukraine, and the need to prepare for, again, maybe a difficult winter, I look at you and I am making a plea to all of you as parliamentarians, as speakers, to ask your own ministers of defense and your governments to dig deep into your stockpiles and give Ukraine all that you can. And I would like to thank all of you who are already doing it, because this is how we have managed to support Ukraine in their fight. It matters for Ukraine's freedom and security, but it also matters to our security. At the same time, we must continue to learn from Ukraine, from their battlefield experience as well. This is a country at war that has become at the same time also a security provider, not only through the interaction with some of our defense industry, but also through the support to the countries in the Gulf. And it is really remarkable. We must ensure that our support to Ukraine endures, and for this we need to pull our weight together, and we have to make sure that we show solidarity as well. So with your commitment, I'm sure that we will see significant successes at the Ankara summit. If you try to ask AI about what is the key legacy of Istanbul's history, and it has been a 3 millennia history, you will read that the legacy is defined by massive fortifications, majestic architecture, and rapid modernization. And I think that at least 2 out of these 3 are very valid for us now. We also need to continue fortifying and defending our territory, but we also need to look in the future. And together, I am sure that we will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary General of NATO. Now I will give the floor to the speakers, deputy speakers, and the members of the Parliament to deliver their remarks on behalf of their national delegations. Before we begin, I shall now draw your attention to the time limit. We hope to conclude our meeting around noontime. However, if necessary, we will continue after the lunch. I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Mishala Dodsola, President of the National Assembly of Bulgaria, to take the floor. Please.
Thank you, distinguished Chair, distinguished colleagues and friends. For Bulgaria, the upcoming NATO summit in Ankara is an opportunity to reaffirm its consistent commitment to the values of the alliance, to collective security, and to the strengthening stability in the Euro-Atlantic space. Bulgaria considers NATO as a main pillar for its security and the security of the allied space. Today's global environment is characterized by growing instability, several conflicts, and new challenges demanding unity, strategic vision, and strengthening the defense capabilities of member states. Growing threats to security related to the use of new technology demand targeted investments in a modern, integrated, and resilient defense industrial base capable of both providing national security and contributing to the European and allied defense readiness. It is of the utmost importance for us to preserve unity in the alliance and develop its defense potential while recognizing the necessity to prevent further escalation to conflicts and lowering risks before international security. Bulgaria performs its commitments with collective defense and continues its efforts to modernize and rearm its armed forces. Investing in defense means investing in security, resilience, and the ability of a state to protect its citizens and national sovereignty. We support the concept of building up the European pillar in NATO. Bulgaria projects under the EU SAFE mechanism is related to building key defense capabilities for the Bulgarian army in line with the NATO capabilities goals. Today, the defense industry is not just an industrial sector, it is a strategic asset. Bulgaria has the potential to be an important element of the industrial chain of the alliance. Bulgaria will continue investing in modern technology, in developing its defense industry and building capabilities reflecting contemporary risks and challenges. Enhancing R&D is of crucial significance, along with establishing new manufacturing capabilities and integrating the Bulgarian industry in common European and allied programs. Bulgaria maintains its policy of commitment to ending the conflict in Ukraine and with the leading role of diplomacy in achieving a just and lasting peace based on the UN Charter and principle of the international law. Within its ability, Bulgaria will continue supporting the efforts of the international community, particularly the EU and NATO, for achieving this, which would open the path to the country's post-war recovery. The upcoming summit is an opportunity to confirm that a stronger and more capable EU in security and defense will contribute positively to global and transatlantic security, and it's complementary to NATO, as well as to share that the security of the Europe cannot be built only by increasing its military potential, but through active diplomacy, preventing conflicts, and seeking resilient political decisions. By strengthening its national defense, Bulgaria contributes to the security of the allies, to the stability of the Black Sea region, and the strengthening NATO's eastern flank. At the same time, we are convinced that the true strength of the alliance is measured not only by its military capabilities, but also its ability to be a factor in peace, security, and stability. We are NATO. It is our duty to protect democratic values, our citizen security, and peace in Europe by acting responsibly, rationally, and in full awareness that the biggest win in preventing new wars and preserving peace. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to invite His Excellency Jordan Jandrokovic, Speaker of the Parliament of Croatia. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Kurtulmuş, President Perestrela, dear colleagues. Almost every generation reaches a moment when the old assumptions no longer work in the new environment. I believe ours has reached that point. Russia's aggression on Ukraine has fundamentally transformed Europe's security landscape. At the same time, hybrid threats, disruptive technologies, and intensifying strategic competition are reshaping the way our societies operate. They are also changing deterrence itself. In such a context, of course, military strength remains indispensable, but it is no longer sufficient on its own. Critical infrastructure, economic and technological advancement, as well as political cohesion, are equally important parts of the equation. Our future responses must reflect that reality. They must also echo our unity expressed through responsibility, capability, commitment, and action. We need stronger European defense capabilities which go hand in hand with a truly reliable transatlantic bond. Croatia is committed to fair burden sharing. Our defense spending has more than tripled over the past decade. We are on course to reach 3% of GDP by 2030. We remain committed to the 5% objective by 2035. We continue to modernize our armed forces and strengthen national readiness. These choices are guided by the simple conviction that these are investment in resilience, stability, and ultimately in peace. The same principles guide our support for Ukraine. The overall assistance of allies helps their fight and the defense of our values there. But it also contributes to Ukraine's interoperability with NATO standards. It is a clear investment in a safer future. In our defense planning, the lessons of Ukraine must be well reflected, especially on drones and protection against long-range strike capabilities. After all, as the global strategic environment changes, so does the way we understand geography. For example, Baltic, the Black Sea, Southeast Europe, and the Adriatic are not separate theaters. They form a single security space, and weakness in one affects the security of all. Let's keep that in mind as we unite in efforts to protect our citizens and societies, to safeguard our critical infrastructure and supply chains, our information space, and our democratic institutions. Distinguished speakers, dear colleagues, as parliamentarians, we provide the democratic legitimacy that sustains our alliance. Our responsibility is not only to approve the decisions of today, but to ensure NATO remains prepared for the challenges of tomorrow. If we match our political resolve with real capability, NATO can continue shaping its security environment rather than just responding to it. And that should always be our common goal. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker Kurtulmuş, for great hospitality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Czech Republic is represented by both Speaker of the Speaker Parliament, both chambers. I welcome their Excellencies, and first I give the floor to His Excellency Milos Vistevich, President of the Senate. Please, the floor is yours.
Vážený pane kolego, páni předsedové, vážené kolegyně, je pro mě ctí.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to speak today in Istanbul, a city that symbolically bridges Europe and Asia. And today, more than ever, we need to come together and stand united. We need to have a greater activity, more determination, more responsibility, and more unity. That must be our common goal today. Because we must not forget that NATO's greatest asset and most powerful force remains in our standing together, the trust and the commitment that allies stand by one another. And we all know what the situation in the world is like today, and we all know that the commitment we make must be underpinned by our defense expenditure. First and foremost, we need to be honest with one another. It is not possible to rely on our protection and while failing to meet our own commitments. Spending 2% GDP on defense is not just a political slogan. It is the minimum standard of responsibility for every NATO nation. As a representative of the Czech Republic, I must admit that we have some catching up to do in this regard. And last year, according to NATO methodology, we fell just short of meeting this minimum standard for defense. And unfortunately, this year's budget for the time being does not even meet the 2% GDP on defense spending. The good news, though, is that 82% of Czech citizens support NATO membership, and 62% of our citizens want that the Czech Republic annual defense spending is to be at least 2% GDP. Similarly, both chambers of the Czech Parliament overwhelmingly support the current government's goal of meeting the 2% benchmark, and this is linked to fulfilling on our joint European responsibility, and that also applies to our parliaments. Europe needs to take a greater responsibility for NATO defense, because stronger Europe means stronger NATO. The United States remains an irreplaceable ally, but European countries must be prepared to shoulder a greater share of responsibility for the security of our continent. To achieve this, we need a stronger European defense industry, greater production capacities, and deeper cooperation.
Nejdříve velký obdiv a poděkování ukrajinským vojákům a celé Ukrajině. Podpora Ukrajiny není charita. Je to investice do evropské bezpečnosti. Ukrajinci dnes nebojují pouze za svou zemi. Brání principy, na nichž stojí celý evropský bezpečnostní řád. Proto musíme pokračovat v dodávkách vojenské pomoci a další podpoře.
And security order is based. That is why we must continue to provide military assistance and create conditions for a just and lasting peace. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, NATO's future rests on
hanımefendiler,
three
beyefendiler,
pillars:
NATO'nun
unity among
geleceği,
allies, fulfillment of
ittifaklar
commitments, and a
arasında
stronger European
işbirliği,
contribution to collective
sözlerimize,
defense. The stronger
taahhütlerimizi
and more
yerine
united
tutmak
NATO
ve
is,
savunmaya yönelik
the less
taahhütlerimizi
likely
gerçekleştirmek. Biz ne kadar
war
güçlü
conflict
olursak, ne
will be.
kadar bir
And
arada
if we
olursak,
are to send
dünyadaki
a
savaş ve
single
çatışmalar
message
da o
from
kadar
Istanbul,
az olacaktır.
it should be
İstanbul'dan
simple.
tek bir mesaj
When it comes to
gönderecek olsak
defending our freedom
basittir.
and democracy,
Hürriyetimizi ve
we all
demokrasimizi
stand
müdafaa
together,
ederken
side
bir
by
arada
side.
duruyoruz, yan yana
Thank you
duruyoruz
for
ve
your attention,
durmalıyız. Beni
and thank
dinlediğiniz
you
için
for
çok
hosting
teşekkür
this
ederim ve bize
parliamentary
bu
assembly session. Thank
parlamenter
you.
asamble oturumuna ev sahipliği yaptığınız için de çok teşekkürler.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Çok teşekkürler
His
Sayın
Excellency
Başkan.
Tomio Okamura,
Ekselansları
Speaker
Tonya
of the Chamber of
Okamura.
Deputies.
Pane předsedo, vaše excelence, vážení hosté, dámy a pánové. V nestabilním světě vzniká pro demokracie jedno výrazné nebezpečí. Omezená schopnost generovat obranné síly v době míru, a účinná obrana a prevence však závisí na připravenosti před krizí, nikoli po jejím vzniku. Každý národ má právo a povinnost bránit své území, občany a způsob života. To zahrnuje i ochranu hranic, a tento pevný základ musí být podpořen odpovídajícími výdaji na obranu, které budou zohledňovat aktuální národní potřeby a možnosti a bezpečnostní situaci. Investice do schopnosti bránit národní suverenitu jsou nejlepším příspěvkem ke kolektivnímu úsilí. Proto je tak důležité budovat armády, které jsou soběstačné, moderní a schopné reagovat na dnešní i budoucí výzvy. Jádrem toho je personál, a to navzdory technologickému pokroku. Jsou to naši vojáci, kteří na svých bedrech nesou naši bezpečnost a svobodu. Jejich odvaha potřebují to nejlepší vybavení.
Bilmesinden öte kriz zamanlarında en büyük, en iyi ekipmana da ihtiyaçları vardır ve Çek Cumhuriyeti adına ilerleme.
Máme rekordní nábory, výrazné navýšení personálu, průmyslová expanze nebo nové národní testovací místo pro bezpilotní pozemní vozidla. Krok za krokem investujeme do naší schopnosti, připravenosti a odhodlání bránit to,
and resolve to defend what matters most, and that's peace and prosperity.
Že bychom měli všichni usilovat o co nejrychlejší ukončení války na Ukrajině a mír. Špatný mír je podle mého názoru lepší než žádný mír. Podle mého názoru již nemá tento konflikt po několika letech vojenské řešení, ale musíme se plně soustředit na diplomacii. Děkuji za pozornost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I invite His Excellency Soren Gate, Speaker of the Danish Parliament, to deliver his remarks. Please.
Thank you, and
Başkanı
let
Soren
me
Gate'e söz vermek
begin by
isterim.
thanking our colleague, Speaker Kurtulmuş, for the invitation to come to this beautiful city of Istanbul, a city that is defined by its ability to connect people, cultures, and even continents. Distinguished colleagues, dear parliamentarians, dear friends, it's always a great honor to address the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We meet at an important moment for NATO. The world around us is changing in a dramatic ways, and the Euro-Atlantic security environment is more complex and contested than ever before. It is in times like these, keeping NATO strong and maintaining alliance cohesion is more important than ever. One obvious and tragic reason for this is, of course, already mentioned, Ukraine. Russia's full-scale invasion has now lasted longer than the First World War. The Ukrainians continue to fight for their freedom and for ours as well. We must support Ukraine for as long as it takes. It is not only the right thing to do, it is in all our interests. This is not the first time NATO has been tested. From the moment the alliance was founded, it has been challenged. As a former Minister of Defense, I've seen firsthand how NATO continues to withstand significant pressure, but it remains the strongest and most successful alliance in history. This is because NATO is not only a military alliance, but a political one based on common democratic values. At this moment in time, NATO is enduring international pressure. This makes it even more important that we stand as one. Unity must remain NATO's center of gravity. A stronger NATO requires a stronger Europe. The European nations must and are already taking greater responsibility for their own security while remaining firmly aligned with the United States. This is both fair and right. My country, the Kingdom of Denmark, is fulfilling NATO's core defense targets. Right now, Denmark is investing heavily in significant military capabilities, especially to strengthen NATO in the Arctic and North Atlantic. Denmark is one of NATO's founding fathers. The membership of NATO continues to be a cornerstone in our security and defense policy. In NATO, we are all bound together by history, by tradition, by values, and by shared interest. I believe these remain intact today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. Although the international security situation is under great strains, I'm confident that NATO is well equipped to meet the challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me give the floor to His Excellency Lauri Hussar, President of the Estonian Parliament. Please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues. At the summit in The Hague, NATO allies made a historic decision to raise defense spendings to 5% of the GDP by 2035. Now we must move from words to action and deliver on that promise without delay. Estonia takes its commitment seriously, investing more than 5% of our GDP in defense already this year. We have deepened cooperation in regional defense planning, air defense, maritime surveillance, military mobility, and the protection of critical infrastructure. Si vis pacem para bello, if you want peace, prepare for war, is a principle we know to be true. This is not about escalation, it is about recognizing that strong defense reduces the likelihood of war. Drone incidents and Russian interference into NATO members' airspace with fighter jets on the eastern flank are a stark reminder that strengthening the alliance defense capabilities must remain our priority. Such incidents demonstrate once again Russia's reckless and escalatory behavior, but they also prove NATO's readiness and ability to deter and defend. We are pleased that we are closer to reaching the agreement on NATO's new integrated air and missile defense plan, which maintains the presence of Allied Air Force for the Baltic air policing, at least on the current level. Russian daily strikes in recent weeks show no intention on seeking a just and lasting peace. Russia will change course only when it understands that victory is unachievable and that time is no longer on its side. Therefore, we must increase pressure on Russia and support for Ukraine. We remain steadfast in our positions that NATO membership for Ukraine must remain firmly on the table. Ukraine is one of Europe's most powerful and battle-tested militaries. Integrating Ukraine is a strategic investment in our own security. We should also aim for fairer burden sharing among European countries in providing military support to Ukraine, including through our contributions to PUURL, so that Ukraine continues to receive the critical air defense systems and ammunition it urgently needs. Dear colleagues, we must bear in mind that peace is never free and weakness always carries a price. Unity is NATO's center of gravity. Only through collective effort can we ensure that our armed forces have the capabilities necessary to safeguard our people and sovereignty. Defense production must be scaled up, critical capabilities gaps must be closed, and Ukraine must receive the support it needs to defend itself and the democracy without delay. Dear colleagues, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to invite His Excellency Jussi Halla-aho, Speaker of the Eduskunta of Finland, to deliver his remarks.
Your Excellency, Speaker Kurtulmus, esteemed colleagues, Finland has been a member of NATO for a little over 3 years. We understand that the strength of NATO derives from the strength of its members. Therefore, we seek to be an active contributor to the common deterrence. Finland trains approximately 20,000 new conscripts each year. Our wartime strength is 280,000 troops, and the entire trained reserve is 900,000 strong. Our defense expenditure is 2.7% of the GDP at the moment, and it will rise to 3.2% in 2029. In addition, we already fulfill and exceed the NATO target of 1.5% spending on investment supporting defense purposes. NATO is a military defense alliance. At the moment and in the foreseeable future, the only realistic military threat that we face is Russia and Russian imperialism. This threat is felt the most acutely in those countries that are close to Russia and often have their own historical experiences with it. But this is a common European challenge which requires common response. Everybody must contribute and do their part. This is all the more urgent now that we cannot rely on the commitment of the United States to the security of our continent. We must take more responsibility for our own affairs. Ukraine is an essential part of the defense of Europe. Russian ambitions are not limited to Ukraine, and if they are not checked in Ukraine, they will have to be checked later elsewhere. I wish to congratulate our Ukrainian friends for their successful tactical and strategic operations in the Crimea and inside Russia in recent days and weeks. The only way to persuade the Russians to end the aggression is to raise the economic and political cost of the war to an unsustainable level. That may take time, but I believe we are on the right track, and the rest of us must do everything we can to help Ukraine get us there. It must also be noticed and recognized that Ukraine is increasingly relying on its own capabilities and innovations. The relationship between Ukraine and our countries has been gradually transforming from unidirectional aid to mutually beneficial cooperation. I hope one day Ukraine will join NATO not only to deter a new aggression by Russia, but to make our defense alliance stronger and Europe safer. And finally, I wish to remind you that Finland will host the annual session of the NATO PAA next year. We hope to see all of you in Helsinki then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to invite His Excellency Lorenzo Fontana, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy, to deliver his remarks. Please.
Grazie Presidente, grazie ai colleghi. È per me un onore intervenire qui oggi in un luogo in cui la sicurezza dell'alleanza incontra la responsabilità democratica dei nostri parlamenti, nel quale il confronto politico contribuisce a dare solidità, legittimità e prospettiva alle scelte comuni. Ringrazio il Presidente della Grande Assemblea Nazionale della Repubblica di Turchia per la cordiale e generosa ospitalità in questa città che è sin dalla sua fondazione uno straordinario ponte fra civiltà e cultura. Oggi siamo chiamati a guardare con lucidità al mondo che ci circonda, consapevoli che la sicurezza euroatlantica non si gioca più soltanto lungo una direttrice. Il fianco est resta inevitabilmente centrale di fronte all'aggressione russa all'Ucraina, a cui va la nostra solidarietà anche in difesa dei principi fondamentali del diritto internazionale. Ma dobbiamo riconoscere con pari chiarezza l'importanza strategica della parte sud dell'alleanza. Il Mediterraneo, il Medio Oriente, il Nord Africa, il Sahel, il Mar Rosso e il Golfo non sono scenari lontani né semplici aree di crisi da osservare dall'esterno. Sono spazi profondamente interconnessi con la nostra sicurezza, con le nostre rotte commerciali, con l'approvvigionamento energetico, con la stabilità delle nostre società, con la gestione ordinata dei flussi migratori e con la lotta al terrorismo, alla criminalità organizzata e alle minacce ibride. Lo abbiamo ribadito con forza a Roma lo scorso maggio, in occasione di un evento che ha segnato il 30° anniversario del Gruppo Speciale Mediterraneo e Medio Oriente dell'Assemblea Parlamentare della Nato. La stabilità del Mediterraneo è stabilità euroatlantica. La sicurezza dell'Africa e del Medio Oriente è anche sicurezza dell'Europa. La libertà di navigazione, l'efficienza delle infrastrutture critiche e la protezione delle catene di approvvigionamento rappresentano interessi comuni di tutti gli alleati, indipendentemente dalla loro collocazione geografica. In questo quadro la dimensione transatlantica resta insostituibile. Europa e Nord America condividono non solo interessi strategici, ma valori da difendere in un contesto internazionale sempre più competitivo e instabile. Occorrono quindi coesione politica, capacità militari credibili e una cultura della sicurezza condivisa, nella quale ciascun alleato faccia la propria parte, dall'una e dall'altra sponda dell'Atlantico. Cari colleghi, la Nato è forte quando è unita, è credibile quando sa prevenire le crisi e non soltanto reagire ad essa, è legittima quando i parlamenti partecipano, controllano, spiegano e assumono responsabilità davanti ai cittadini. Proprio per questo il ruolo della sua Assemblea parlamentare è essenziale, perché collega la dimensione strategica alla rappresentanza democratica, la sicurezza alla politica, le decisioni comuni alla fiducia delle nostre opinioni pubbliche. Vi ringrazio.
Thank you. Now, may I give the floor to Her Excellency Daiga Meirina, Speaker of the Latvian Parliament.
Jūsu ekscelence, dārgie kolēģi, vispirms vēlos pateikt lielu paldies Turcijas kolēģiem par silto uzņemšanu. Aizvadītais gads kopš mūsu tikšanās Briselē ir bijis spraigs un izaicinošs. Agresora izvērstais karš Ukrainā turpinās vairāk nekā 4 gadus. Alianses dalība valstis austrumu flangā izjūt tiešas sekas Krievijas agresijai, bet visa alianse cīnās ar tās izvērsto dezinformāciju un hibrīdu uzbrukumiem. Stiprs un vienots NATO ir svarīgāks nekā jebkad agrāk. Gatavojoties valstu vadītāju samitam Ankārā, vēlos uzsvērt 3 svarīgas lietas. Pirmkārt, mums visiem ir būtiski demonstrēt progresu savu investīciju celšanā mūsu kolektīvās aizsardzības stiprināšanai. Kā austrumu flanga valsts mēs skaidri apzināmies, ka dzīvojam agresoram kaimiņos. Tāpēc no nākamā gada aizsardzībā investēsim 5% no iekšzemes koprodukta. Esam pieņēmuši arī speciālu likumu, kas nodrošina
Yıldan itibaren gayri safi yurt içi hasılamızın %5'ini savunmaya yatıracağız. Ayrıca bu oranı gayri yatırım belirleyen ve bu taahhüte uzun vadeli uyumu güvence altına alan özel bir yasa kabul ettik. Hava savunmamız, özellikle de İHA karşıtı kabiliyetlerimiz gelişmekte, ancak daha fazlasını yapmamız gerekiyor. Kararları daha
lielvārds gaisa spēku bāzē. Otrkārt, jāturpina sekmēt aizsardzības industrijas attīstība abos okeāna krastos. Svarīgi ir ņemt vērā Ukrainas pieredzi un integrēt veiksmīgākos risinājumus ne tikai atsevišķu sabiedroto aizsardzības industrijās, bet arī NATO spēju plānošanas procesā. Jūnija sākumā ar Ukrainu esam noslēguši dronu līgumu, kas sekmēs Ukrainas pieredzes un tehnoloģiju pārnesi un integrēšanu Latvijas aizsardzības industrijā. Uzskatu, ka pretdronu spēju attīstīšanai jābūt iekļautai jaunajos NATO spēju mērķos, tādējādi līdzsvarojot slogu visiem sabiedrotajiem. Tāpat uzskatām par svarīgu nodrošināt iespēju izmantot NATO kopīgo finansējumu uzņemošās valsts atbalsta nodrošināšanai un pretdronu aizsardzības stiprināšanai. Treškārt, mums jāturpina nelokāms atbalsts Ukrainai. Kopš kara sākuma Latvija ir sniegusi militāro palīdzību Ukrainai 0,3% apmērā no mūsu iekšzemes koprodukta. Mūsu ieskatā būtu solidāri vienoties par vienmērīgu sloga sadali starp sabiedrotajiem, kur viens no iespējamiem kritērijiem Ukrainas atbalstam būtu 0,25% no iekšzemes koprodukta. Krievija ir un paliks ilgtermiņa drauds ikvienam aliansē. Agresoru ierobežošana, izolēšanas politika ir jāturpina visos līmeņos. Atbalstot Ukrainu šodien, mēs attālinām potenciālo agresoru no provokācijām rītdien. Pieeja miers caur spēku ir visefektīvākais veids, kā šo šausminošo karu izbeigt ar taisnīgu un ilgstošu mieru. Viss ir mūsu rokās, bet tieši tāpēc mums jābūt vienotiem un izlēmīgiem. Paldies!
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to invite His Excellency Juozas Olekas, Speaker of the Lithuanian Parliament, to take the floor. Please.
Thank you, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly, dear President of NATO PA, dear colleagues. Parliament is the place where decisions on the defense budget are made. We have a central role in the building national-wide understanding of current strategic importance of deterrence and defense and maintaining broad national consensus to support them across political parties and public. We hold accountability to the voters for the democratic oversight that defense investment bring long-term results. In Lithuania, we approved this year's budget with 5.38% of GDP for defense needs and took commitment to spend at least 5 or 6% until 2030. This decision includes allocation of 0.25% of GDP to Ukraine's defense and security. Aggressors should not have any doubt that our unwavering support will continue. Future of European security is being decided in Ukraine. What we need most is a strong political will and fair burden sharing. NATO unity means Europe's greater responsibility for its own defense together with a robust transatlantic bond. Militarily strong Europe must strengthen the alliance, not duplicate. Alliance remains the cornerstone of our collective security. We are closely cooperating with Germany on the next year deployment of the German brigade in Lithuania. The US military presence in Europe is a crucial important, especially on NATO eastern flank. Lithuania remains fully committed to provide the highest standard of host nation support. Recent incidents with involving violation of Alliance airspace highlight the urgent need to invest more in air defense capabilities, including the new integrated air and missile defense plan. Baltic Center and Eastern Center operations should continue for as long as necessary. Strengthening of defense industrial base in NATO countries is advancing. However, expansion remains too slow. Answering in the creating highly prioritized ecosystem with attractive environment for investment backed by strong state support and further future-focused military technologies keeping up with the realities on the battlefield. We are facing constant and target hybrid attacks. Safety on essential system of critical infrastructure involves not only measures of physical protection, but as well as ability to withstand and recovery from cyber attacks. Essential part in responding to hostile attempts to weaken trust in democratic institutions, divide society, and make impact on political decisions is the implementation of a civilian resistance strategy where society becomes part of resilience through education, critical thinking, and active engagement. Looking forward to ambitious and successful NATO summit in Ankara. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now let me give the floor to His Excellency Claude Wesseler, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg. Please.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Today we feel that threats are on the rise. Multiple crises have erupted. They teach us that what we tend to forget easily, freedom is not given, it needs to be earned, and it needs to be protected. We are meeting at a crucial moment. Ukraine is not only resisting with incredible courage and strength, but is turning the tide. It is precisely in this moment that we urgently have to intensify our support to Ukraine. Every hesitation, every delay bears concrete costs. A cost that is measured in shattered infrastructure, in damaged hospitals, and above all, in lives. Luxembourg stands with Ukraine and the Ukrainians. We welcome the recent decision of the G7 countries in Evian to intensify the sanctions against the aggressor. Aggression shall not be tolerated. It is one of the basic principles of a rule-based order. Dear colleagues, Luxembourg believes, as it always has, that NATO remains the strongest answer to the security threats posed. At a time where peace is being tested, the alliance remains essential. There is no doubt that we, together with other countries, should have fulfilled our obligations sooner and with greater vigor. An expanding and innovative European defense industry is the best guarantee of our protection and our independence. I can assure you that Luxembourg has clearly recognized the challenges we face today and acted accordingly. In the last 2 years, Luxembourg has doubled its defense spending, and we will increase the defense budget by 5% per year. We know the road is not yet complete, but we remain committed to reach the Hague targets. As a landlocked country, as a small country, we need partners. The binational reconnaissance battalion which Luxembourg is establishing jointly with Belgium plays a further key role to fulfill our NATO commitments. The bulk of the new spending is initially being channeled into air and missile defense. Space and communications are areas of high added value contributions where Luxembourg brings real and proven expertise, and there we will keep investing. We also must invest in innovative tools. Luxembourg stands ready to expand its role in the NATO Innovative Fund based in our country. Our contribution does not stop at our own borders. Luxembourg is going to be an active contributor to the new Defense, Security and Resilience Bank. Its objective is clear: to strengthen military infrastructure, to reinforce our cybersecurity, and to secure supply chain, which we all depend on, in NATO and in allied nations. Earlier this year, Luxembourg took a historic step by issuing Europe's first government defense bond. The fact that this bond sold out within a matter of hours gives us cause for optimism regarding such future projects. As a small country of this alliance, we prioritize quality over quantity, reliability over promises, and collective action over going it alone. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize once again, Luxembourg is firmly committed to multilateral cooperation, be it inside EU or NATO, today, tomorrow, and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to invite His Excellency Tom van Kempen, President of the House of Representatives of the Netherlands, to deliver his speech. Please.
Dear Speaker Kurtulmuş, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it is a great honor to address you here today in Turkey. Thank you to the wonderful hosts from the Turkish Parliament. Teşekkür ederim. The Netherlands and Turkey share a relationship that spans more than 4 centuries. Diplomatic relations between our countries date back to 1612, making them among the oldest continuous bilateral relations in Europe. Our ties extend beyond diplomacy and trade, and one of the most famous symbols of the Netherlands, the tulip, originated in Anatolia, a living reminder of the deep and enduring connections between our peoples. It is therefore particularly fitting to meet here in Dolmabahce Palace, while the Netherlands is also represented in this city through its Consulate General housed in a historic palace as well. And this parallel reflects our shared appreciation for history, culture, and the strength of our long-standing ties. Colleagues, partnerships such as ours are essential as we face the most challenging security environment in decades. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is not only a threat to Ukraine's sovereignty, but a direct assault on the rules-based international order that safeguards us all. In this context, cooperation within NATO and within this parliamentary assembly is more important than ever. As parliamentarians, we play a crucial role in maintaining public support for our alliance, strengthening democratic accountability, and ensuring that our shared commitments remain credible and strong. The Netherlands stands firmly alongside Ukraine, and we continue to provide military, financial, and humanitarian support, including air defense systems, artillery, and training, because we believe that a just and lasting peace can only be built from a position of strength. Dear colleagues, NATO's strength lies not only in its military capabilities, but above all in the unity of its members. At a time when our adversaries seek to divide us, parliamentary diplomacy plays a vital role in building trust, fostering mutual understanding, and reinforcing transatlantic solidarity. We meet here in Turkey, a country that bridges continents and cultures, and that is no coincidence. It is exactly the kind of alliance we should aspire to be, diverse in our histories, united in our purpose, and let us continue to work together, support one another, and demonstrate that our alliance remains united, resolute, and ready to act. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Teşekkür ederim. Let me give the floor to His Excellency Afrim Gashi, President of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Thank you very much, dear President Numan Kurtulmuş, dear President of NATO PA Marcos Perestrello, dear Ms. Radmila Shekerinska, Head of Delegation, Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, dear speakers, colleagues, Head of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a particular honor and pleasure to take part in this event held in the eve of the NATO summit. In today's world, marked by uncertainty, disinformation, and geopolitical turbulence, the role of parliaments is more crucial than ever. We must uphold trust, defend truth, and ensure that NATO's decision reflect both the strategic and democratic will of our nations. It is more than clear that Ankara summit must send a strong political message that NATO is united, the transatlantic bond is strong, and that Article 5 remains the cornerstone of our collective security. The world is changing quickly. NATO must therefore remain not only strong, but fast, with strategic speed, agile adaptation, and implementation processes that match the threats we face. NATO 3.0 has to be seen from the perspective of a strategic reboot of the alliance, and allies must foresee that Europe can carry more of the conventional defense load and to assume primary responsibility for the continent's defense. For North Macedonia, the full implementation of the commitments reached in The Hague is essential, especially the Hague Defense Investment Commitment. We remain fully committed to achieving the 5% target by 2035 in the line with Hague Defense Investment Plan. My country is a NATO member state in a very fragile region, which is not outside of Europe's security architecture and where many malign external influences exist. It is of utmost importance to continue in investing in the region of Western Balkans throughout future membership of or different security cooperations initiatives, since this is the only path to its lasting stability. North Macedonia will continue to support Ukraine bilaterally and through available mechanisms. At the same time, future support should take into account balanced burden sharing and the ongoing investments by allies in their own national capacities. Finally, developments in the Middle East carry serious consequences for peace, energy markets, and humanitarian conditions. Diplomatic efforts to de-escalate must continue and maintain. And naturally, I would like to highlight the importance of the vocality of parliaments and parliamentarians as an irreplaceable democratic instrument to calibrate all the citizens' needs and priorities. Without parliaments, governments are powerless to realize the strategic goals they have set. In this context, let me allow to stress the irreplaceable role and contribution of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly as a link between parliaments and peoples of the Alliance and NATO. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I now give the floor to His Excellency Mesut Karakani, President of the Norwegian Parliament. Please.
Speaker Kurtulmuş, dear colleagues, let me begin by thanking our Turkish hosts for bringing us together here in beautiful Istanbul. As we gather ahead of the Ankara summit, Norway's message is clear. We stand with our allies, and we are stepping up our contribution. In Norway, there is a broad political agreement on security and defense. In 2024, all parties in the Storting agreed on a long-term defense plan to 2036. Just weeks ago, we strengthened that plan again with support from all 9 political parties. This reflects an even more serious security situation and lessons from Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. This means a substantial strengthening of our armed forces. We are increasing our key capabilities, air defense, land and maritime defense and forces, better situational awareness, and closer cooperation with our allies. We are following up decisions from last year's Hague summit. Norway support and increased defense supporting spendings, and we are on track towards reaching on this 5% target. At the same time, we are strengthening our defense industry and technology. We are increasing production, And we're investing in new systems like drones and digital solutions. This is not optional. We need to coordinate more. We need to accelerate industrial capacities and productions to strengthen our common security. This is about supporting both national needs and NATO's readiness. Dear friends, the High North is very important for our alliance. Russia's Northern Fleet, with its nuclear submarines, is located around 100 kilometers from Norway's border to Russia. We are NATO's ears and eyes, and by doing so, we support security for the whole alliance, and not least the North American continent. NATO's Arctic Sentry initiative is important. Earlier this year, Norway hosted a cold response exercise with around 30,000 troops from allied nations. Dear friends, Norway is one of the largest supporters of Ukraine. All parties agree. Norway has committed more than $28 billion to Ukraine by 2030. Across the alliance, European allies and Canada are taking more responsibility. Norway is part of 3.0. In short, Norway is committed to the alliance. We are really investing in NATO and our common defense. We strongly support Ukraine. This is truly a demanding time for our common security. Norway will do its part. It's about defending our democratic values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Now I invite Her Excellency Małgorzata Kidawa-Błońska, Marshal of the Senate of Poland, to deliver her remarks. Please.
Szanowny Panie Przewodniczący, Państwo Przewodniczący, Szanowni delegaci. Powiedziano tutaj dzisiaj dużo bardzo ważnych słów, bo to prawda, spotykamy się w czasie, gdy bezpieczeństwo Europy i całej wspólnoty transatlantyckiej pozostanie wystawione na najpoważniejszą próbę od zakończenia zimnej wojny. Świat się zmienia w szybkim tempie i musimy jako wspólnota umieć się odnaleźć. NATO musi na nowo zdefiniować swoje zadania i na nowo podzielić obowiązki. Jak podkreślają nasi partnerzy ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, Europa powinna wziąć większą odpowiedzialność za bezpieczeństwo naszego kontynentu. A tutaj kluczowy jest wzrost wydatków. W Polsce bardzo dobrze to rozumiemy, dlatego w tym roku wydajemy na obronność blisko 5% PKB i mamy jeden z największych wskaźników wydatków na obronność. Konsekwentnie wzmacniamy nasze siły zbrojne, traktując to jako wkład nie tylko w bezpieczeństwo naszego kraju, ale także całego sojuszu. Dlatego, biorąc większą odpowiedzialność za bezpieczeństwo kontynentu, musimy zacząć nie tylko od zwiększania potencjału militarnego, ale od wzmacniania naszej solidarności. Bo tak naprawdę największą siłą NATO od ponad 70 lat pozostaje jedność. Ta jedność przekłada się na skuteczność odstraszania. Wobec gróźb płynących z Moskwy i agresji Rosji na Ukrainę, wiarygodność NATO w dziedzinie odstraszania stała się kwestią absolutnie kluczową. Musimy ze wszystkich sił wspierać Ukrainę militarnie. Musimy wspierać ją, aby mogła wykorzystywać środki zamrożone aktywów rosyjskich. Musimy nadal kontynuować zwalczanie nielegalnych działań rosyjskiej floty cieni, nie dać się zastraszyć rosyjskim atakom hybrydowym, których doświadcza przede wszystkim flanka wschodnia NATO, i zwiększać odporność naszych państw i społeczeństw. Ja chciałam tylko powiedzieć, że Polska w ciągu roku w Polsce było ponad 270 tysięcy cyberataków, tylko w ciągu jednego roku na jeden kraj. Musimy pamiętać, że Rosja pozostaje najpoważniejszym i długotrwałym zagrożeniem nie tylko dla Europy, ale dla całego obszaru euroatlantyckiego. Odstraszanie i odporność buduje się na poziomie społecznym. W dialogu ze społeczeństwem przypominamy o potrzebie zachowania jedności Zachodu. Budujemy poczucie, że NATO jest dla każdego obywatela i każdej obywatelki naszych krajów. że od tego, czy będziemy potrafili obronić, zależy nasz dobrobyt i nastrój życia. A skuteczna obrona to przede wszystkim uświadamianie naszym przeciwnikom, że poniosą klęskę, dokonując agresję przeciwko państwu NATO. Zasada jeden za wszyscy, wszystkich za jednego powinna nam przyświecać każdego dnia. Szanowni Państwo, jako przedstawiciele parlamentów mamy obowiązek myśleć strategicznie o przyszłości naszego sojuszu. W Polsce deklarujemy gotowość do pracy nad nowymi formami współdziałania. Jestem przekonana, że nowy podział obowiązków powinien przebiegać ewolucyjnie i w drodze stałego dialogu. Liczę na naszą determinację w tej sprawie, liczę na decyzję szczytu w Ankarze. I cieszę się, że możemy dziś o tym mówić w Turcji, który mój kraj, Polskę, zawsze traktował jako naturalnego sojusznika. Tu swoje schronienie znalazło wielu polskich działaczy niepodległościowych i zawsze będziemy to Turcji pamiętać. I można więc powiedzieć, że jeżeli chodzi o solidarność, to łączy nas z Turcją bardzo długa tradycja. Dlatego też dzisiaj razem odgrywamy kluczową rolę jako sojusznicy flankowi w ramach NATO i mam nadzieję, że nasza współpraca dwustronna i w ramach całego NATO przyczyni się do wzmocnienia sojuszu. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you, Madam Marshal. I would like to give the floor to His Excellency José Pedro Aguara Branco, President of the Assembly of the Portuguese Republic. Please.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président, et permettez-moi aussi une particulière salutation au Président Marcos Perestrello, qui est un confrère à moi au Parlement portugais. L'Alliance atlantique reste un bastion de stabilité régionale et internationale. Et ça, malgré les mutations en cours au niveau international et les incertitudes et l'imprévisibilité auxquelles nous nous sommes récemment habitués. L'importance du lien transatlantique ne doit pas être remise en question, même ayant la nécessité d'un renforcement considérable du côté européen. La préservation de la cohésion interne est une valeur en soi qui doit être stimulée. Le renforcement de la dissuasion et de la posture de défense collective de l'OTAN doit rester l'un des principaux objectifs. Cela oblige le renforcement européen des investissements dans la défense, notamment au niveau des capacités, ce qui implique un effort pour réduire les redondances et renforcer la capacité industrielle. D'autre part, le soutien à l'Ukraine à court et moyen terme doit rester une priorité dans le cadre de la sécurité euro-atlantique. Au même temps, nous devons maintenir une approche à 360 degrés, évaluant les défis sécuritaires aux plusieurs régions. Les menaces proviennent de différents milieux d'intervention. Et pour faire face à la menace sur le flanc sud, la présence de l'Alliance sur ce flanc est très importante, soit par le renforcement des capacités, soit par une efficace communication stratégique. Merci bien.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I invite His Excellency Richard Rasi, Speaker of the National Council of Slovakia, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President, Honorable Speakers, Excellencies, dear colleagues. First, let me thank our Turkish host, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for bringing us together in Istanbul, where Europe and Asia meet. We are on the road to the summit in Ankara, so let me be direct about where Slovakia stands. Our foreign and security policy is anchored in the EU and the NATO, and these two memberships are the foundation of our security and our prosperity, and NATO remains the most important pillar of our defense, more so in today's unpredictable geopolitical environment. We need a stronger European pillar within NATO, not as a separate entity, but as greater European responsibility and capacity to defend ourselves inside the alliance. Slovakia supports the path we agreed at the NATO summit in The Hague, a gradual rise in defense spending toward 5% of GDP over the next 10 years. Slovakia has already met the 2% goal, and we look not only at the percentage, but at the quality of the spending. Almost 35% of our defense budget goes to modernization, to new capabilities, rather than the upkeep of our forces. We are strengthening air defense, we host allied forces on our territory, and we have rebuilt real production capacity and ammunition above all. Through these investments, Slovakia has become one of the main producers of ammunition within the whole alliance, with ammunition production alone now accounting for 2% of our GDP. Last year, our defense industry exported military material worth over 37 billion euro, including more than 1 million pieces of large caliber ammunition, most of it for Ukraine. We are now preparing a new long-term plan for our armed forces, reflecting the gradual rise in defense and dual-use spending, which the government will adopt shortly. On Ukraine, our objective has not changed. We want a stronger Ukraine defense and the condition for just and lasting peace. On last point, on the role of our parliaments, defense is decided not only at summits, but in our national assemblies, where the legislation is written, the budgets approved, and governments held to account. No alliance decision becomes real until a parliament makes it so, and the responsibility for it rests with us, the speakers gathered here. This democratic ownership is what makes our commitments believable to our citizens and to those who would test us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, the United Kingdom is also represented by two houses. Therefore, let me first give the floor to the Right Honourable Michael Forrest, the Lord Speaker of the House of Lords. Please, the floor is yours.
First, may I add my thanks to you, Speaker Kourtoumas, and to our generous and gracious hosts for this important meeting. For the United Kingdom, Turkey is a valued partner across many areas. At the crossroads of Europe, the Middle East, Africa and Asia, you play a vital diplomatic role in connecting regions and mediating conflict. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for their work, building trust and understanding between parliamentarians. NATO First is the central pillar of the United Kingdom's defence policy. As allies, we stand together against those who threaten our shared values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Deterrence is far less costly than conflict, and collective defence is more effective than acting alone, as President Laurie Hussar pointed out earlier. Defence and security are matters of high priority for the House of Lords. Our members include a former Secretary-General of NATO and former chiefs of the UK Armed Forces and National Security Advisors, and we're currently conducting an inquiry into national resilience. AI and cyber will change everything utterly, and we are prepared to navigate this world if we are to triumph, as President Kedawi Lastra pointed out. In December, the United Kingdom is looking forward to welcoming you to London for the Crimea Platform Summit, hosted with Ukraine. Ukraine has endured more than a decade of attack from Russia, including over 4 years of full-scale invasion, as we all know. And yet today, Ukraine is holding the line against this aggression for all of us here, and for that we owe the Ukrainians a massive debt of gratitude. Their fight is our fight, as our Czech colleague said and Claude Wissler said earlier. And that fight goes to the very heart of Western security. Ukrainians have shown their courage, not just daring in battle, it is endurance under unbearable pressure. They've not surrendered either their national will or their human dignity. And that is why their struggle speaks so powerfully to us here, because as Samuel Johnson said, courage is the one value that guarantees all others, and when courage holds, much else can still be saved. In the words of an English poet, I'm afraid, William Henley's famous poem, Invictus, they are bloody but unbowed. So thank you again for your warm welcome and your continued commitment, Mr. President, to our NATO alliance. United we stand, divided we fall.
Thank you, Lord Speaker. Now, Ms. Judith Cummins, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, has the floor. Please.
Fellow speakers and presidents of NATO, it is a great honour to be here today on behalf of Sir Lindsay Hoyle, Speaker of the UK House of Commons, and to attend alongside Lord Forsyth from the UK House of Lords. I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for bringing us all together at this important NATO Parliamentary Summit. For 77 years, NATO has kept us safe and prosperous, united by a common history and shared values, a testament to the enduring power of collective security to deter aggression. As Winston Churchill stated during a speech in 1952, NATO was the surest guarantee not only of the prevention of war but of victory should our hopes be blasted. Today, with global tensions running high, especially in Ukraine and the Middle East, Churchill's sentiment that strong alliances are required for victory in war and stability in peace has never been more important. At this most dangerous point in our history, we in NATO need each other. We must collaborate more closely and reinforce the principle that attack on one is an attack on all. And as we look ahead to the 2026 NATO summit in Ankara, this is an important moment for parliamentarians across the alliance to reflect on transatlantic security, defence cooperation and NATO's evolving security agenda. For more than 7 decades, NATO has helped keep our citizens safe and our nation secure, united by our common purpose, shared values and the enduring strength of collective action. But the world has changed. The challenges we face today are more serious and less predictable than at any time during recent decades. We face continued Russian aggression in Ukraine and beyond. We face growing strategic competition, new technological threats and daily pressure in cyberspace. And at the same time, warfare itself is changing. Drones, data and digital systems are reshaping the battlefield, and those who can adapt most quickly will be best placed to defend their people. That is why NATO's unity matters so much, and that is why stronger readiness, stronger industrial capacity and closer cooperation across the alliance are so important. So let this summit send a clear message that the Allies remain strong and united, and that together we will ensure our alliance is ready for the challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I now invite Mr. Daniel Krvic, Vice President of the National Assembly of Slovenia, to deliver his remarks.
Spoštovani predsednik Kurtulumus, predsednik Perestrelo, ekscelence, gospe in gospodje. NATO je nastal iz spoznanja, da varnosti ni mogoče zagotavljati posamično. Danes to velja še toliko bolj. Ob ruski agresiji na Ukrajino in naraščajoči mednarodni nestabilnosti NATO in transatlantska povezava ostajata osrednja elementa varnosti evroatlantskega prostora in stabilnosti širše soseščine. Za Slovenijo so enotnost, solidarnost in trdnost zavezništva izrednega pomena. Prihajajoči vrh v Ankari vidimo kot priložnost, da zaveznice dodatno utrdimo enotnost ter nadaljujemo proces okrepljenega vlaganja v varnost, odpornost in zmogljivosti, ki so bile začrtane v Hagu. Različni pogledi znotraj zavezništva so naravni, pomembno pa je, da jih znamo skozi dialog in odgovornost preoblikovati v skupne odločitve. Navzven mora biti sporočilo jasno. Vsakomur, ki bi želel ogroziti naše meje, našo varnost ali temelje naših demokracij, bomo odgovorili enotno in odločno. Zato razumemo Ukrajino, ki danes brani svojo svobodo, suverenost in pravico do prihodnosti. Brani tudi načelo, da se meje ne spreminja s silo in da mir ne more temeljiti na popuščanju agresiji. Slovenija ostaja zavezana nadaljnji podpori Ukrajini ter pozdravlja prizadevanja Združenih držav Amerike in evropskih zaveznic za pravičen in trajen mir, ki bo sprejemljiv za Ukrajino in utemeljen na mednarodnem pravu. Naša skupna moč zahteva jasne odločitve. Slovenija se zavezuje, da bo povečala obrambne izdatke ter izpolnila cilje zmogljivosti in odpornosti. Državni zbor Republike Slovenije je leta 2025 potrdil razvojno resolucijo Slovenske vojske do leta 2040, nova vlada Republike Slovenije pa pripravlja načrt za njeno izvedbo. Te odločitve se morajo odražati v praksi, v sodobnih zmogljivostih, boljši opremljenosti, večji pripravljenosti in trdnejšem obrambnem sistemu. Zato Slovenija podpira tudi krepitev transatlantske obrambne industrije, ki mora omogočiti hitrejši razvoj nujno potrebnih zmogljivosti ter močno, odporno in tehnološko inovativno industrijsko bazo. Pri tem ne smemo spregledati prispevka malih, srednjih in dvonamenskih podjetij, saj je varnost danes tudi vprašanje znanja, inovacij in sposobnosti celotne družbe, da se prilagodi novim grožnjam. Toda varnosti ne gradimo le z zmogljivostmi, gradimo jo tudi z odgovornostjo do naše soseščine. Zato Slovenija posebej izpostavlja evroatlantsko perspektivo regije Zahodnega Balkana. Brez stabilnega Zahodnega Balkana ni mirne Evrope. Enako pomembne so razmere v južni soseščini, zlasti na Bližnjem vzhodu, kjer aktualne napetosti in grožnja terorizma ostajajo ključen varnostni izziv. Za varnost NATO je bistveno tudi sodelovanje s partnerji, tako s posameznimi partnerji, kot v strateškem sodelovanju z Evropsko unijo. Slovenija ostaja zavezana NATO-vim operacijam v vzhodni soseščini, na Zahodnem Balkanu in v Sredozemlju, ker razume, da se varnost ne začne in ne konča na naših mejah. NATO ostaja prostor skupne odgovornosti in skupnega delovanja. Njegova verodostojnost temelji na enotnosti zaveznic in na sposobnosti, da dogovorjeno tudi uresničujemo. Slovenija bo pri tem ostala zanesljiva zaveznica, pripravljena prispevati, sodelovati in izpolniti svoj del odgovornosti. Hvala.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me invite Javier Maroto, First Deputy Secretary, Speaker of the Senate of Spain, to take the floor. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Marcos. Dear colleagues, yesterday, during the wonderful boat tour on the Bosphorus, some of you asked me whether the majority position in the Spanish Parliament was aligned with the official statements made by our Prime Minister. Well, let me answer that today with 3 examples of the majority position in the Parliament I represent here. Number 1, agreements must be honored, including the commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defense. Number 2, the leaders of allied countries should cooperate rather than confront each other in public. And number 3, all NATO allies, without exception, defend respect for international law in every conflict without exception, whether in Ukraine or in the Middle East. After these 3 examples, I think you can draw your own conclusions for yourselves. But let us turn to how we can make NATO stronger and to the role of Spain and Europe as a whole. Europe must become a stronger pillar within NATO, not outside NATO and not against the United States, with responsibility, more capability, and more political will. NATO reform should not mean less America. It should mean Europeans taking greater command responsibility, exercising regional leadership, and carrying more of a conventional defense burden. Europe must be able to act faster and carry more of the operational load. The same applies to defense industry and procurement. The answer is not buy European against America, but buy strategically. Strengthen Europe's industrial base where necessary, preserve interoperability, produce more, buy better, and avoid protectionism that weakens NATO readiness. To achieve this, European allies face two major challenges. The first is political. Europe still lacks a single, united voice on defense. At critical moments, the United States needs a European partner capable of making decisions. Too often, dear colleagues, Europe has many voices and no clear answer. That is not sustainable in a world that moves fast and punishes hesitation. And the second challenge is cultural. After decades of peace and welfare states, many Europeans have become used to speaking about democracy as if it could be protected without defense. But there is no welfare state, no hospitals, no schools, and no freedom without security. So we must be honest with our citizens. Defense spending is not a luxury, and it's not an American obsession. It is what makes our democracy and our European way of life possible. If Europe links its welfare state to a real culture of defense, and if it acts with one united voice, then we will strengthen the European pillar of NATO and NATO as a whole. And this is precisely the commitment of the Spanish parliamentarians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Kerstin Lundgren, Deputy Speaker of the Riksdag of Sweden. Please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, Excellencies, Sweden's ambition to be an active and reliable partner applies to both NATO Parliamentary Assembly and NATO. At the summit in Ankara next week, we will focus on delivering commitments made at the Hague summit last year to ensure a stronger and more capable NATO. The agenda will also include ramping up our defense industrial production and securing strong and sustainable support for Ukraine. The summit will highlight the ongoing work by European allies and Canada to assume greater responsibility for the alliance shared security. The shift needs to be carried out orderly and gradually. Sweden is prepared to take our responsibility in this ongoing burden-sharing shift. We have demonstrated this during our first 2 years as allies through substantial contributions on land, at sea, and in the air, for example, through the soldiers who have taken part in NATO's enhanced forward presence in Latvia. We have been carrying out our largest defense spending since the end of the Cold War. We, all political parties in the Riksdag, are committed to reach 5% of defense expenditure by 2030. This includes 3.5% to core military expenditures. In June, NATO's forward land forces in Finland was formally established, a significant step in strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense on the northern flank. Sweden is the framework nation, and we have reached this important milestone together with Finland and with great support from NATO and our allies. Ladies and gentlemen, NATO is an alliance based on the conviction that democracy, human rights, a rule-based world order, and free trade are not only grand ideals, but also practices that make us stronger. Today, this belief is challenged. To meet the security threats and challenges, particularly the long-term threat posed by Russia, Sweden will continue to invest in our armed forces. We will also mobilize the private sector for security of supply, involve the Swedish population through conscription, and continue to strengthen our cybersecurity. Most importantly, we will maintain the willingness to defend ourselves and our allies. Our military support to Ukraine is direct investment in the security of the alliance. The Swedish Parliament stands united behind Sweden's continued support for Ukraine. It is not only a fight to help Ukraine, but it is also a fight for freedom, democracy, and human rights. It is about safeguarding the security of future generations in Europe. It is therefore vital that we, as members of this alliance, increase diplomatic, military, financial, and humanitarian support for Ukraine. And by that, I would like to thank our hosts, Turkey, for a great hospitality yesterday evening and today, and also for inviting us all to this inspiring city, Istanbul. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dear participants, we continue our deliberations with the members of Parliament who lead their national delegations. First, I would like to invite Mr. Igli Hassani, head of Albanian delegation, to deliver his remarks.
Chairman Kurtulmus, President Perestreo, dear Mevlut, distinguished colleagues and friends, as we approach the NATO-Ankara summit, the message from this parliamentary meeting must be clear. Our security rests on unity, readiness, and our ability to act together. And allow me, therefore, to offer a few reflections. First, Albania's support for Ukraine remains unwavering through our active engagement in key political, diplomatic, and military initiatives for Ukraine. We reaffirm a fundamental principle. Security is defended not only on the battlefield, but also through sustained solidarity and resolve. Russia's provocations on allied territory, including recurring airspace violations, require vigilance and credible deterrence. Albania remains steadfast and continues to bolster NATO's forward posture in Latvia and Bulgaria, while sustaining nearly 500 personnel deployed across key allied missions annually. Second, the defense investment pledge agreed at the Hague summit is more than a financial commitment. It is a strategic investment in readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Albania is scaling up defense spending, advancing military modernization, and fostering its defense industry ecosystem to revitalize production and contribute to a more agile and capable allied defense industrial base. Equally critical is pairing this industrial growth with a decisive innovation and technological edge as the defining drivers of NATO's future strength. We also regard critical infrastructure as a propeller of modern defense. Our projects on the Military Mobility Corridor 8 and the Porto Romano Maritime Complex are distinct national priorities that will enable NATO's mobility, connectivity, and reinforcements across the Mediterranean and Southeast Europe. Third, the Western Balkans must remain a strategic priority as it faces an evolving mix of hybrid threats, hostile interference, and vulnerabilities that undermine regional stability. A compelling political and military presence in the region, including the continuity of KFOR and Althea missions, remains paramount to deter malign actors and safeguard the future of Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the entire neighborhood. Kosovo also deserves meaningful opportunities and prominent strategic foresight as it stands firmly oriented towards its western path. Dear colleagues, as politicians and elected representatives, we bear a duty to keep our citizens engaged and informed with the decisions that will shape our future. By doing so, we also reinforce the NATO Parliamentary Assembly's value contribution to alliance, unity, resolve, and credibility. Albania will continue to act with responsibility and purpose, boosting its role as a reliable ally and an anchor of regional stability and Euro-Atlantic security. The next NATO summit in Tirana is a clear expression of this enduring commitment. Thank you, and I express our appreciation for Turkey's hospitality and for the exceptional bilateral ties that unite our two countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassani. Now I would like to give the floor to Madame Natalia Puzirev, head of the French delegation, to deliver her remarks. Please.
Messieurs les présidents, Madame la secrétaire générale déléguée, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, c'est un honneur de m'exprimer devant vous aujourd'hui au nom de la délégation française, à l'heure même où le Parlement français vient d'approuver une accélération de 36 milliards d'euros supplémentaires de son investissement en défense pour atteindre les 3% en 2030 et poursuivre la montée en cadence des capacités de production de défense ainsi que la modernisation des forces stratégiques de dissuasion nucléaire. Permettez-moi aussi de revenir sur les travaux du G7 dont les réunions se sont tenues en France ce mois-ci. En effet, les participants du sommet d'Ankara pourront s'appuyer sur deux des déclarations principales du sommet d'Évian. Celle appelant à un apaisement de la situation au Proche et Moyen-Orient et le rétablissement rapide d'un transit libre et sûr par le détroit d'Ormuz, ainsi que la déclaration reconnaissant l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine et appelant à renforcer l'aide militaire à l'Ukraine, en matière notamment de défense aérienne et de frappe dans la profondeur. Nous l'évoquions déjà à Vilnius à travers un amendement lituanien à la déclaration de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OTAN, auquel la délégation française a apporté tout son soutien. Nous devons réaffirmer que l'avenir de l'Ukraine est au sein de l'OTAN. En effet, l'intégration euro-atlantique de l'Ukraine contribue directement à la sécurité et à la stabilité régionale. Enfin, je terminerai en insistant sur le fait que nous devons acter les conséquences du transfert de charges qui se traduit par un transfert de responsabilité des États-Unis vers leurs alliés. La transition devra se faire de manière concertée et sereine. Le sommet d'Ankara devra s'inscrire dans cette perspective d'unité et de responsabilité. Mes remerciements pour leur hospitalité à nos hôtes turcs, ainsi qu'à l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OTAN qui nous réunit.
Thank you, Madame Puzirev. Let me give the floor to Mr. Dimitros Kairidis, head of the Hellenic delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to be one of the last speakers here and the honor to represent the Parliament of Greece. And as a result, allow me a more personal twist in my remarks, whereas I totally agree with everything that was heard. We are here in the great city of Istanbul that holds a special place in the heart of every Greek. It's no coincidence that we Greeks call it, and when we refer to it, the city of Constantine, we simply refer to it as the city. Because for us, it's the marvelous, the magnificent, the royal, the reigning city. There are many other cities, but only one Istanbul. On top of that, we are in Dolmabahce, the palace that symbolizes Turkey's Western orientation and European aspirations already in the 19th century, well before the great reforms of Kemal Atatürk. And I am sincerely flooded with feelings and emotions, because 50 years ago I was brought here by my father, a Black Sea Greek whose father was born in Trapezon, to come and see the place where the great statesman and reformer Kemal Atatürk died in 1938. So here I am 50 years later, together with my colleagues and the Consul General of Greece. I am told by the Consul General that the Greek consulate issues 2,000 Schengen visas a day to Turkish citizens, more than the next 4 consulates combined, that of Germany, Italy, France, and Spain, which shows you how deeply our two nations are interconnected and the desire of so many Turks to come visit Greece and the feelings of Greeks towards Turks. As a minister of migration, I was the one who persuaded the European Commission for the special Visa Express program for Turkish citizens coming to Greek islands, and we expect more than 2 million Turks coming to Greece this year. As you know, we are the strongest advocates of Turkey's place in the Schengen. We believe that you should be in Schengen. And unlike some of your other European partners who are very eager for business deals, but very ready to keep you at arm's length and away from Schengen, we are, allow me to say, sincere in extending the arm of friendship. Nevertheless, since 1995, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, which you have the honor to lead, has made a declaration of a threat of war against my country in case Greece exercises its legitimate rights in the Aegean. Allow me to say in all frankness, and as a strong supporter of our Greek-Turkish friendship, that this is totally unacceptable, anachronistic, and counterproductive. And that I urge you, as leader of the Turkish Parliament, together with your esteemed colleagues, including my good friend Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, a very experienced politician who is leading the Turkish delegation, to work together to lift and cancel and move away from this kind of threats of wars, because in this day and age, we need unity more than ever. The feelings of the Greek people are sincere. We are here to help you in your European vocation as much. Our region will benefit the most. We live in a very dangerous neighborhood, surrounded by external threats. The last thing we need is this kind of squabbling among friends and neighbors. We cannot escape geography, we cannot escape history, and we cannot escape our destiny of living next to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kairidis. Now I invite Mr. Dagur Egerston, head of the delegation of Iceland, to deliver his remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and friends, it's a great honor to address you on behalf of the Speaker of the Icelandic Parliament, the oldest national parliament in the world. It's a privilege to be here in Istanbul, a city that for centuries has connected continents, cultures, and civilizations. And it reminds us that security has never been built in isolation, but through dialogue, cooperation, and shared responsibility. Yes, much has been said, and I can agree with most of it. We meet at a time when the international order is under unprecedented pressure. Russia's illegal and brutal war against Ukraine is the clearest example and the most important. But beyond this war, we also see growing challenges to international law, attempts to undermine democratic institutions, and spread disinformation designed to weaken trust in our societies. Iceland is one of the founding members of NATO, and for more than 75 years, our nations have sought to build an international order based on rules rather than force, cooperation rather than coercion, and respect for sovereignty, democracy, and the rule of law. That order has never been perfect, but it has been remarkably successful. It has provided the foundation for peace, prosperity, and freedom across much of Europe and the North Atlantic. And these developments remind us of why NATO exists, not simply to defend territory, but to defend principles that make peace possible. History has shown that alliances endure not only because governments cooperate, but because their people continue to believe in the principles that unite them. And it is for us as parliamentarians to ensure democratic legitimacy, and we carry therefore a special responsibility. We provide and oversee governments, we safeguard the rule of law, and we strengthen the resilience of our societies against those who seek to divide us. Military capabilities matter, deterrence matters, and it is the heart of NATO. But military strength alone cannot sustain in an alliance. Its true foundation is in trust, trust in one another, trust in our democratic institutions, and trust that our shared values are worth defending. And we are prepared to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eggleston. I also invite Mr. Duška Stejaković, head of the delegation of Montenegro, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and big thank you to Turkish delegation for having us in beautiful Istanbul and this historic place. You set the bar even higher with your hospitality. Honorable speakers, dear colleagues, your excellencies, today at this exceptionally important parliamentary summit, we are having an open discussion about security at a time when the international order is facing its greatest challenges in decades. The wars in Europe and in the Middle East, cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and attempts to undermine democratic institutions clearly demonstrates that security can no longer be viewed through the lens of individual states alone. That is precisely why NATO is more important today than ever before. Montenegro is a small country on the Mediterranean, but history has taught us that a nation's size does not determine the weight of its responsibility. Throughout the centuries, we have safeguarded our freedom with determination and resilience. Today, we defend it together with our allies. Today, we strongly support the further strengthening of NATO's defense capabilities and increased investment in defense. This is not a matter of statistics or percentages of GDP. It is a matter of our readiness to protect peace, stability, and the way of life we share. For Montenegro, security of the Western Balkans is of particular importance. A stable Western Balkans means a more stable Europe and a stronger NATO. Dear colleagues, Montenegro aspires to become the next member state of the European Union in 2028. We are confident that this will make us an even stronger ally within NATO and further contribute to the stability of the European and Mediterranean region. Allow me to conclude with a thought that perhaps best captures both Montenegro and our alliance. A small country may have a small territory, but it must never have small ambitions when it comes to defending freedom. That is why today we are sending a clear message from Istanbul. The more united we are, the stronger the alliance becomes. The stronger the alliance, the more secure the Euro-Atlantic area, and the more secure the Euro-Atlantic area, the greater our freedom to build prosperity, defend democracy, and preserve peace for generations to come. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, as you know, since our first meeting, we have invited the Parliament of Ukraine, the Verkhovna Rada, to take part in our meetings. Today, we welcome Mr. Yahor Cherniev, head of the Ukrainian delegation, and invite him to share his views with us in this meeting. Mr. Cherniev, please.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Speaker, dear Mr. President, dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, our joint efforts with you for many years have finally yielded visible results. And on behalf of the Ukrainian people, I thank you all for your help. The heroism of Ukrainian soldiers and your support allowed us not only to stop Russia, but also to seize the initiative in this war. On the front line and in the rear, Russia is suffering enormous military, economic, human, and moral losses. Our drones and missiles are systematically destroying Russia's oil and gas infrastructure, its logistics, military production, and the very possibility of waging this war. And we must not miss this moment of Putin's greatest weakness in the entire war. We must not give him a chance to recover and build up his strength again. We must finally pressure him and force him to make peace. Because the only one country that doesn't want peace is Russia. We're grateful to Turkey for organizing and conducting the negotiation in 2022 in Istanbul. Unfortunately, the results of these negotiations weren't successful because the conditions of the peace weren't just and acceptable for Ukraine. We could lost our sovereignty. Now we are offering to Russia to stop this war on the front line without any concessions of the territory. But this our offer may inspire very quickly, because now the situation on the front line has been changing fast. Dear friends, much in the process of establishing the just and long-lasting peace depends on you, on your economic, political, diplomatic and military support, as well as providing us with the tools that President Vladimir Zelensky recently spoke about. And today the question is not only how this war will end, but also what the peace will be like after it. What will be the future architecture of European security, and what role will Ukraine play in it? In recent years, we have become a real shield for Europe, a pole of power, a border that protects a significant part of NATO's eastern flank. It was a mutually beneficial process. We received support and assistance from you. You gained time to rearm and prepare for possible aggression from Russia. After the war, Ukraine's value to our NATO partners will increase even more. The EU will have a reliable security partner like Ukraine. The US will be able to free up some of its resources, knowing that Europe has a force capable of confronting Russia and ensuring security. Ukraine will have NATO as a reliable rear in case of repeated aggression. But the European security will be incomplete without Ukraine's full accession to NATO as a result of this war. After all, although we are gradually becoming a de facto member of NATO, our relations and mutual rights and obligations have not yet been formalized. NATO has no legal obligation to defend Ukraine, and Ukraine has no obligation to defend NATO countries with its own army, and this needs to be corrected. All our current and potential common enemies should know that by attacking Ukraine, they will be dealing with the entire alliance. And by attacking the smallest NATO country, they will be dealing with the Ukrainian army, drones, and missiles. And then together, we will become invincible. Thank you for your attention, and thank you to our colleagues, Turkish colleagues, for your hospitality.
Thank you, Mr. Chernia. Honorable speakers of the Parliament, distinguished members of Parliament, esteemed guests. As we conclude the third NATO Parliamentary Summit, I would like to thank you all for your participation and for your valuable contributions. Our discussions have shown our strong commitment to the values and principles of our alliance, as well as our strong sense of solidarity and shared responsibility. We have also reaffirmed our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Our meeting in Istanbul has allowed us to exchange views, to better understand our concerns, and to underline the importance of unity at the particularly changing time of our region and the wider world. As parliamentarians, we play an important role in advancing NATO's policies, strategies, and objectives. We also have a responsibility to bring a stronger peace perspective to our common security agenda, and in doing so, contribute to the renewal and adaptation of our alliance in line with the realities of our time. Istanbul Summit has also confirmed the growing value of the parliamentarian platform. As we are holding the third parliamentary summit, I believe the time has come to provide this mechanism with a more institutional foundation. To that end, the adaptation of rules of procedures or terms of reference by the NATO Parliamentary Assembly could help make our future meeting more effective. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank the staff of Grand National Assembly of Turkey and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for their valuable efforts in organizing this summit. I hope your time in Istanbul has reflected Turkey's hospitality and commitment to dialogue and cooperation. Thank you once again for your participation. Now we will proceed to the lunch all together. So then we will be waiting our President, Mr. Erdogan, to participate to our lunch, to give a speech to the audience.
Your Excellencies, our meeting is now concluded. We would like to kindly invite you all to the ceremonial hall for lunch. Thank you.
Sure, sure.
Sayın Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı, Sayın Nato Parlamenter Meclis Başkanı, Sayın Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi Başkanı, konuk parlamento başkanları, saygıdeğer hanımefendiler, saygıdeğer beyefendiler, değerli konuklarımız. Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisimizin ev sahipliğinde İstanbul'da gerçekleştirilen NATO Parlamenter Zirvesi'ne hepiniz hoş geldiniz, şeref verdiniz. Sayın Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı, değerli konuklarımız, şimdi konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi Başkanı Sayın Numan Kurtulmuş'u alkışlarımızla kürsüye davet ediyoruz. Buyurunuz başkanım.
Muhterem Cumhurbaşkanım, NATO Parliamentary Asamblesi'nin değerli başkanı, NATO'nun değerli Genel Sekreter Vekili, Sayın Parlamento Başkanları, Parlamento Başkan Vekilleri, ülkelerini bu asamblede temsil eden saygıdeğer heyet başkanları, hepinizi en içten, en kalbi selamlarımla selamlıyorum. Bu güzel mekanda, bu tarihi şehirde, böylesine önemli bir dünyanın dönüm noktasında sizlerle birlikte bu toplantıyı gerçekleştirmiş olmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyoruz. İstanbul, az evvel toplantıda da bir arkadaşımızın ifade ettiği gibi, şehirlerden, güzel şehirlerden birisi değil, aynı zamanda belki de dünyanın en güzel şehirlerinin başında geliyor. Böylesine güzel bir şehirde, tarihin, kültürün, medeniyetin, insanların farklı din ve kültürleriyle bir arada yaşayabilme kabiliyetinin asırlar içerisinde diri tutulduğu bu şehirde sizlerle birlikte bulunmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyoruz. Ümit ediyoruz ki bu toplantı vesilesiyle gündeme gelen fikirler hem NATO'nun geleceği bakımından hem de dünyada yeni bir güvenlik anlayışının ortaya çıkması bakımından yararlı fikirler olacaktır. Ayrıca hemen önümüzdeki hafta Ankara'da Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın önderliğinde yapılacak olan NATO zirvesinin de ülkelerimiz için ve NATO ittifakı için hayırlı olmasını temenni ediyoruz. Bu toplantıya 20 parlamento başkanı olmak üzere 27 delegasyon katıldı. 92 parlamenter arkadaşımız bu toplantıda yer aldılar ve oldukça verimli görüşmeleri gerçekleştirdik. Dünya en zor dönemlerinden birisinden geçiyor. Savaşların, çatışmaların, gerilimlerin yaşandığı, tabiri caizse dünya sisteminin hak ile yeksan olduğu, yeniden kurulmak üzere olduğu bir dönemde hiç şüphesiz bu gerilimler belki de daha uzun bir süre devam edecek. Mesele sadece savaşı ve saldırganlığı önlemek değil, aynı zamanda bunun da ötesinde barışı nasıl gerçekleştirebileceğimizi anlamak, kavramak ve bunun için de ortak çalışabilmeyi başarmaktır. Toplantının kapanış konuşmasında da ifade ettiğim gibi, İnşallah bundan sonraki hedeflerimizden birisi de yeryüzünde adil, hakkaniyetli, bütün insanların yaratılışta eşitliği ve bütün ülkelerin de egemenlikte eşitliği prensibine dayanan yeni bir küresel sistemin kurulabilmesi için hep beraber çabalarımızı ortaklaştırmak, hep beraber mücadelemizi vermek durumundayız. Bu vesileyle bir kez daha böylesine önemli bir dönemde NATO Parliamentary Asamblesi'nin bu 3. toplantısında İstanbul'u teşrif ettiğiniz için hepinize çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ümit ederim ki 3.'sü gerçekleştirilen bu toplantı NATOPA'nın da gayretleriyle organizasyonel olarak kalıcı bir hale getirilir ve NATO Parliamentary Asamblesi bundan sonraki yıllarda da varlığını koruyarak olumlu fikirlerin, yapıcı fikirlerin ortaya konulması için önemli bir parlamenter platform olma özelliğini taşır. Bir kez daha hepinize hoş geldiniz, sefalar getirdiniz diyorum. İstanbul'daki bu ziyaret süreniz boyunca her birinizin İstanbul'da güzel hatıralarla geçecek bir süre geçirmesinizi diliyorum. Ve sözlerimi kapatırken bu tarihi mekanda bizlere ev sahipliği yapan, bu tarihi mekanda hem toplantımızın yapılmasını hem de burada öğle yemeğini bizlere takdim ederek ev sahipliği yapan muhterem Cumhurbaşkanımız Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'a sizler adına teşekkürlerimi ifade ediyor. Hepinize selam ve sevgilerimi sunuyorum.
Efendim bizler de değerli konuşmaları için Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi Başkanımız Sayın Numan Kurtulmuş'a huzurlarınızda teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız, değerli konuklarımız, şimdi konuşmalarını yapmak üzere NATO Parlamenter Asamblesi Başkanı Sayın Marcos Perestrelo'yu alkışlarımızla kürsüye davet ediyoruz. Buyursunlar lütfen.
Your Excellency, President Erdogan, Honorable Speaker Kurtulmuş, Madam Deputy Secretary General, Excellencies, I want to again thank our hosts for their warm welcome, generous hospitality, and excellent organization. It is a pleasure to be here in this magnificent city of Istanbul with colleagues from across our alliance. Gatherings like this remind us that to keep NATO strong and credible, we not only need to spend more on defense, produce more capabilities, and boost our defense industry. We also need to continue to reinforce unity and solidarity, build trust, and invest in the political and personal ties that bind us together. And as parliamentarians, we know that cooperation always begins more easily when we can look one another in the eye. I'm coming from Portugal. Portugal and Turkey may sit at opposite ends of Europe, but we share a long tradition of looking outward and shared an understanding that progress belongs to those willing to look beyond the horizon. So today, let us celebrate friendship, cooperation, and the common commitment we bring to our shared security. May this parliamentary summit strengthen our parliamentary commitment to a safer, stronger, and more united alliance. Please join me, dear speakers, in saluting President Erdogan, Speaker Kurtulmuş, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and the enduring strengths of our alliance. Thank you.
Efendim bizler de konuşmalar için NATO Parlamenter Asamblesi Başkanı Sayın Marcos Perestrelo'ya huzurlarınızda teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Saygıdeğer hanımefendiler, saygıdeğer beyefendiler, değerli konuklarımız, şimdi sizlere hitap etmek üzere Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın kürsü teşriflerini arz ederiz. Buyurunuz Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı.
Buyurun. Kıymetli parlamento başkanları, saygıdeğer parlamenterler, değerli misafirler, sizlere en kalbi duygularımla, hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. NATO Parlamenter Zirvesi vesilesiyle sizlerle bir araya gelmekten büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Kıtaların ve kültürlerin kavşak noktası güzel İstanbul'umuza hepiniz hoş geldiniz, safalar getirdiniz. NATO Parlamenter Zirvesi'nin verimli geçmesini temenni ediyor. Zirveye katkı sunacak tüm katılımcılara şimdiden teşekkür ediyorum. Bu önemli toplantının 7-8 Temmuz'da Ankara'da gerçekleştireceğimiz NATO zirvesi öncesinde ayrı bir anlam taşıdığına inanıyorum. Müttefik ülke parlamentoları arasında işbirliği ve dayanışmanın güzide bir nişanesi olarak gördüğüm bu zirvenin düzenlenmesinde emeği geçenleri tebrik ediyor, çalışmalarınızda başarılar diliyorum. Kıymetli misafirler, Avrupa Atlantik güvenliği tarihi bir dönemeçten geçiyor. İttifakımızın bilhassa Doğu ve Güneydoğu sınırlarında cereyan eden savaş, kriz, terör ve düzensiz göç gibi tehditler güvenlik anlayışımızı yeniden şekillendirmemizi gerekli kılıyor. Eski kalıplar, eski ön kabuller bir bir yıkılırken yerlerini neyin alacağı, neyin ikame edileceği henüz bilinmiyor. İstikrar yerine gerilimin, düzen yerine kargaşanın arttığı, öngörülebilirliğin azaldığı, sabah neyle karşılaşılacağını kimsenin kestiremediği bir belirsizlik döneminin tam ortasındayız. Şu noktanın da altını özellikle çizmek istiyorum. Küresel sistemi ve siyaseti tarif eden mevcut tanımlamalar bugünün dünyasında anlamlarını büyük ölçüde yitirmiştir. Başta Gazze ve Lübnan'da yaşananlar olmak üzere yakın dönemde şahit olduğumuz katliamlar insanlığın vicdanında derin yaralar açarken aynı zamanda uluslararası kurumların ve kuramların itibarını yere sermiştir. Yeni dönemin bu boyutunu görmeden eski kavramlarla mevcut durumu açıklamanın pek mümkün olmadığını düşünüyorum. Bu ortamda hem NATO'nun caydırıcılığını muhafaza etmesinin hem de müttefikler arasındaki dayanışmanın tahkiminin daha kritik hale geldiğine inanıyorum. Mevcut jeopolitik denklem NATO'nun üstlendiği rolün önemini artırmıştır. Türkiye olarak yeni dönemin ruhunu en iyi okuyan ülkelerden biriyiz. Kriz bölgeleriyle 1800 kilometreyi aşan kara sınırına sahip Türkiye, güçlü ordusu, modern askeri kabiliyetleri, gelişmiş savunma sanayisiyle 70 yılı aşkın süredir NATO'nun güvenliğine katkı sunan müttefiklerin başındadır. NATO misyonlarında aktif görev alıyor, barış ve istikrarın korunmasına destek oluyoruz. Gerek bölgesel krizleri yönetmedeki müstesna becerimizi, gerekse NATO bünyesindeki engin tecrübemizi müttefiklerimizle paylaşıyoruz. Ankara zirvesi tecrübe paylaşımının en güçlü zemini olacaktır. Sadece müttefikler arasında değil, dünya genelinde de Ankara zirvesine yönelik yoğun bir ilginin söz konusu olduğunu müşahede ediyoruz. Parlamenterler olarak en temel insan haklarının başında gelen yaşama hakkını garanti altına almak gibi çok önemli bir sorumluluğu üstleniyorsunuz. Halklarımızın bizden talebi, gelecek nesillerin huzur, refah ve barış içinde yaşamasını sağlayacak koşulların oluşturulmasıdır. Zirveden temel beklentimiz, müttefiklerin milli güvenlik hassasiyetlerini gözeten, ittifak dayanışmasını ve birlik ruhunu güçlendiren neticelerin elde edilmesidir. Uzun yıllar terörle başarıyla mücadele etmiş ve şimdi terörü tamamen sona erdirmenin çalışmasını yürüten bir ülkenin lideri olarak şunu da ifade etmek isterim ki bu alanda ittifaktan beklentimiz çoktur. karşı karşıya bulunduğumuz sınamalarla mücadele etmek istiyorsak, müttefikler arasında külfet paylaşımını dengeli ve adil şekilde yaparken savunma sanayi ticareti önündeki engelleri de kaldırmamız gerekiyor. Her iki ana başlıkta da evvelki zirvelerde aldığımız kararların uygulanması bu bakımdan çok ama çok mühimdir. Külfet paylaşımı noktasında biz üzerimize düşeni yapıyoruz, yapmaya da devam edeceğiz. Son olarak Lahey zirvesinde kabul ettiğimiz taahhütler doğrultusunda savunma harcamalarımızı artırıyor, NATO misyon ve harekatlarına en fazla katkı sağlayan ilk 5 müttefik arasında yer alıyoruz. Ancak bu katkılarımıza rağmen Türkiye'nin Avrupa güvenliğine sağladığı vazgeçilmez faydaların bazı durumlarda göz ardı edildiği de bir vakadır. İttifakın Avrupa sütununun gelişiminde söz sahibi ülkelerden biri olarak kıtadaki tüm savunma ve güvenlik girişimlerine dahil olma iradesine sahibiz. Avrupa Birliği tarafından açıklanan savunma ve güvenlik girişimlerine Türkiye'nin dahil edilmesi konusunda siz parlamenterlerin yakın ilgi ve desteğini bekliyoruz. Türkiye'nin savunma alanında sahip olduğu kapasiteyi dar siyasi çıkarlar nedeniyle dışlamanın kimseye faydası yoktur. Bu noktada ittifak çapında Teksas'tan Ankara'ya uzanan amasız, fakatsız bir güvenlik ve savunma ağı oluşturmalıyız. Kıymetli misafirler, Ankara zirvemizin bir diğer ayırt edici özelliği savunma sanayi işbirliğine yapacağı vurgudur. Zirve kapsamında düzenleyeceğimiz NATO Savunma Sanayi Forumu'nda bir yandan gelişmiş ürünlerimizi sergilerken diğer yandan da bu işbirliğini çok daha etkili hale getirecek tedbirleri ele alacağız. Müttefiklerimiz ve misafirlerimiz Türkiye'nin savunma sanayi alanında kısa sürede kat ettiği önemli mesafeyi görmüş olacak. Ayrıca NATO'nun güvenliğe 360 derece yaklaşımı uyarınca Ukrayna, İran, Körfez ve Filistin başta olmak üzere küresel ve bölgesel gelişmeleri de değerlendireceğiz. Bu noktada Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ile İran arasındaki ateşkesin kalıcı bir çözümle neticelendirilmesi için Pakistan ve Katar'ın yanı sıra dost ve kardeş ülkelerle birlikte gereken katkıları vermeyi sürdüreceğiz. Bölgemize ve dünyaya rahat bir nefes aldıran mutabakatı baltalamayı amaçlayan, özellikle Lübnan'ı hedef alan saldırıları yakından takip ediyoruz. Bölgemizin istikrara kavuşmasına tahammül edemeyen, hatta bunu kendi güvenliği için tehdit olarak gören soykırım şebekesinin provokasyonlarına fırsat verilmemesi noktasında sizlerin desteğini bekliyoruz. Orta Doğu'daki gerilimlerin temelinde Filistin meselesi yatmaktadır. İşgal bitmeden, İsrail'in sürekli artan toprak gaspı bitmeden maalesef bölgemizde kalıcı barış sağlanamaz. Kalıcı barışa giden yolun kapısı ise iki devletli çözümdür. 1967 sınırlarında bağımsız, egemen, toprak bütünlüğünü haiz bir Filistin devleti mutlaka kurulmalıdır. Bu süreçte siz parlamenterlere de önemli görevler düşmektedir. Burada şuna da dikkatinizi çekmek isterim. Türkiye gerek tarihiyle, gerek toplumsal yapısıyla, gerek jeostratejik konumuyla Avrupa'dan Asya'ya ve Balkanlardan Afrika'ya uzanan geniş coğrafyayla aynı anda iletişim sağlama tecrübesine sahip güçlü bir ülkedir. Biz bu potansiyelimizi bölge barışı ve dünya barışı için azami ölçüde kullanmayı arzu ediyoruz. Rusya-Ukrayna savaşının diyalogla çözümü noktasında önümüzdeki dönemde netice almamız gerektiğini bilhassa vurgulamak istiyorum. Her iki tarafla da konuşabilen, netice veren süreçleri başlatan, hakkaniyetli duruşuyla her iki tarafın da güvenini kazanmış bir müttefik olarak barış çabalarına aktif katkı vermeyi sürdüreceğiz. Sözlerimin hitabında bugün savunma sanayi şirketlerimize yapacağınız inceleme geziniz bütünüyle buna dahil olmak üzere çalışmalarınızda başarılar diliyorum. Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi Başkanlığımıza bu güzel buluşma için teşekkür ediyorum. İstişarelerinizin ve aldığınız kararların ittifakımız ve dünya barışı için hayırlara vesile olmasını temenni ediyorum. Sizleri bir kez daha muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
Efendim bizler de hitapları için Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'a teşekkürlerimizi ve saygılarımızı arz ediyoruz. Değerli konuklarımız, yemek servisimiz başlayacaktır. Afiyet olsun.